How's everybody doing this evening? Thank you so much for joining me on this, my 28th birthday. There's absolutely nothing I'd rather do than play some music for you. Got a lot of fun surprises in store for you tonight. I don't know if your life is like mine, but I think that it's moving too fast. The pressure of tomorrow keeps pressing my mind, and I've got no time to think about the past. I try to make time to get away from the phone, but I've got to make a call to let them know. Too many times when I'd rather be at home, I gotta make the bed to keep the roof over my head. Many dreams running wild through my mind. I can't stay still sitting down. I found ambition, I just can't find the time. I'm a headless machine running round. I try to sit down to get just one thing done, then they tell me to do something else. When no one's looking and I think I'm gonna run, I better act slow because I think but I don't know. I give it all. For all this the real world seems small, but I know that you can't always see in direct return. 'Cause I believe there's more out there you just can't see. In the end, I will get back what I have earned. Oh. I don't know if your life is like mine, but I think that it's moving too fast. The pressure of tomorrow is pressing my mind, and I've got no time to think about the past. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, spending some of your evening with me. It really does mean the world. I miss performing out live so much. And the fact that I'm able to do this, to still play some music for people, is incredibly special to me. And I know time is valuable, especially on a Saturday night, if you're watching this live as opposed to on the archive. So I do take requests. I'm very happy to play any songs that anybody would like to hear. Down below the video, there's a link to a Google document that has my entire repertoire on it. If you'd like to look through that, and you can see the list of all the songs I know how to play. And if you have an account here on Twitch, you can just comment in the chat with what songs you'd like to hear, and I will see it on the iPad here. If you have my phone number, you can also just text me, since that might be more convenient if you don't have a Twitch account. Or there's also the My Song List app, which is linked down below the video. It's a little finicky at times, but I do have that on and running. So if you request a song through there, through the link down below the video, I should be able to see it. I think I noticed the vocals were peaking a bit on the last one. I think I fixed that, but do let me know if my mix is off, if the keyboard's too loud, the vocal's too quiet. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much. Pamela is watching. Pamela Whitman is an incredible flute player, just a wonderful musician. Definitely check her out. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Let's see. Oh, I'm on my way, I know I am, somewhere not so far from here. All I know is all I feel right now. I feel the power growing in my head. Sitting on my own, not by myself. Everybody's here with me. I don't need to touch your face to know. I don't need to use my eyes to see. I keep on wondering if I sleep too long. Will I always wake up the same or so? I keep on wondering if I sleep too long. Will I even wake up again or something? Oh, I'm on my way, I know I am. But times there were when I thought I'd bleeding half my soul in bad company. I thank the moon I had the strength to stop. And I'm not making love to anyone's wishes, only for that light I see. 'Cause when I'm dead and Lord knows, in my grave, that's gonna be the only thing that's left to me. And if I make it to the waterside, will I even find me a boat or so? And if I make it to the waterside, I'll be sure to write you a note or something. Oh, I'm on my way, I know I am, somewhere not so far from here. All I know is all I feel right now. I feel the power growing in my hair. Oh, life is like a maze of doors, and they all open from the side you're on. Just keep keep on pushing hard, boy. Try as you may, you're gonna wind up where you started from. You're gonna wind up where you started from. Bird Ears comments in the chat, haven't heard this one for a while. I haven't played it in a while. Just kind of came into my head yesterday. I was like, oh, I should really do that one. Got a text from my dad. Yes, there will be. There will be. But I have particular plans for what you're asking about. It will happen. Yeah, Cat Stevens was one of the first artists that I was listening to when I started singing myself. And as a consequence, I think I sound like now. I grew up singing, thinking of him, because he was sort of the first voice that I was trying to, imitate. And now I sound a lot like him, I'm told, at least. Let's see. What do we got on the... I wrote down a few things that I thought would be fun for me to do. But as always, requests are very, very welcome. Oh, somebody watching from the UK. Thank you so much for tuning in. What time is it over there? Plus 5 hours. So, yeah, late night. So while this seems early in the set for me, it's probably the right time of night for you. This is... We're coming in hot tonight. This is one of the more unexpected tunes in my repertoire, but it's also one of the most popular things I've done. I have a cover performance of this on YouTube, and it's easily my most watched video. This is something you probably didn't expect you'd ever hear on solo piano, but we're going to go for it. Let's see how many of you know this. Obviously, I took some slight liberties with the arrangement to make it work, but I think it sounds pretty cool. I'm going to triple check a couple of the lyrics here. If you're going to do this one, you got to do it right. This one goes out to all of the world, quote, leaders, unquote, who, for whatever reason, for power or glory, feel the need to involve the lives of innocents and sacrifice their own people and others for their own ambitions. I will do that, person who just texted me. Don't worry, there will be actually quite a bit of that this evening. Generals gather in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerers of death's construction. In the fields their bodies burning, while the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. All over. Politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out and fight? They leave that road to the poor. Tell of the troubled minds, making wars just for fun, using people just like pawns in chess. Wait till their day of judgment comes. This world stops turning, ashes where the body's burning. No more war pigs in their power. The hand of God has struck the hour. Day of judgment, God is calling. On their knees, the war pigs crawling, pleading mercy for their sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh, Lord, yeah. All right. Woo. Yeah, that's an oldie but a goodie. It's been kind of one of my secret weapons for about 8 years now, I think. Well, thank you so much, Clue. I'm really glad you enjoyed that. Need a little bit of water after that. Let's see. How do you follow that one up? Let's see, I got a few ideas here. I met my old lover on the street last night. Seemed so glad to meet me. I just smiled, and we talked about some old times and drank ourselves some beers. Still crazy after all these years. Was still crazy after all these years. Not the kind of man who tends to socialize. I seem to lean on old familiar ways, and I ain't no fool for love songs that whisper in my ear. I'm still crazy after all these years. Four in the morning, crapped out, yawning, longing my life away, but never worrying, why should I? It's all gonna fade. I sit by the window and I watch the cars. I fear I'll do some damage one fine day, but I would not be convicted by a jury of my peers. I'm still crazy after all these years. Whoa. Still crazy, I'm still crazy, I'm still crazy after all these years. Oh, whoa. Got some cool requests coming in here. I'm doing some songs I haven't done all that much in a little while. But now I think I'll do one that I just got requested over the wire here, that I've never stopped doing ever since I learned it, because I love it that much. Ooh, just got a very interesting request. I do have an idea for that. Love, I get so lost sometimes. Days pass and this emptiness fills my heart. When I want to run away, I drive off in my car. But whichever way I go, I come back to the place you are. No, my instincts, they return. The grand facade so soon will burn. Without a noise, without my pride, I reach out from the inside. In your eyes, the light, the heat in your eyes, I am complete in your eyes. I see the doorway to 1,000 churches, the resolution of all my fruitless searches. Oh, I see the light and the heat. Oh, I wanna be that complete. Someone to touch the light, the heat I see in your eyes. Well, thank you for the follow also, Clue. I really appreciate it. Love, I don't like to see so much pain, so much wasted, and this moment keeps slipping away. I get so tired, working so hard for our survival. I look to my time with you to keep me Oh, I see the light and the heat. Oh, I wanna be that complete. 'Cause I wanna touch the light, the heat I see in your eyes. Your eyes. Your eyes. Sabbath, signama si tanga. Sabbath, mamni tipi. Sabbath, signama si tanga. Sabbath, mamni tipi. Sabbath, signama si tanga. Sabbath, mamni tipi. Accepting all I've done and said, I want to stand and stare again till there's nothing left out. Oh, it remains there in your eyes. Whatever comes and goes. Let's see here. I've got an idea. So, this is either going to be really cool or a total train wreck. I've rehearsed it a couple times and I still don't know which it is. So, as always, when I do these kind of shows, I send notice to my friends and family ahead of time and say, hey, you know, if there's anything you'd like me to play, you know, feel free to just get the requests into me ahead of time so I can rehearse them and have them prepped going in. And one of my friends noticed on my repertoire list that I had an original song that they hadn't heard before called Numbers Game. And this person happens to be a mathematical super genius. And said, oh, is that song about math? I said, kinda. But it's actually got a funny story behind it. So this is one from my Berkeley days. I took an advanced lyric writing course from the great Pat Pattison, who's just a wonderful, hilarious, smart, insightful man. And we had to essentially write a song every week with certain criteria to it. And one of the weeks, he gave us a sort of electronic instrumental track that another Berklee professor by the name of Ben Camp had composed at one point. And we all got the same track, and the assignment was, well, write lyrics and a melody over this track. So you're boxed in with what you got, song form-wise. You have to make it work. And for whatever reason, I ended up writing this song. And I've never performed it because I've never really thought of it as my song. I mean, because obviously Professor Ben Camp is the one who created the track and thus, you know, the chord progression and everything, and everybody else in the class who's ever taken that class has done the same track. So I've never really thought of it as being among my original songs to break out at any given time, but when my friend mentioned it after seeing it on a list, I thought, you know what? Why not? I might as well perform it. You know, I don't have to record and make money off it at this point, so it's not like I could get in trouble for it. I'm gonna have some fun with it. And so this is Numbers Game. Try the wheel or the handle, let your pleasure tend. Once you learn to gamble, you'll come crawling back again. Your calculations and best laid plans, better stay sharp when you choose, 'cause the stakes are highest when there's nothing left to lose. It's a numbers game, all you've got is your name, so you best be sure you're playing it right. What are your chances? What are the odds? Hey, do you feel lucky tonight? Well, do you? Ha! Let's see. 777s on the slots, 666s on the dice. But just because you hit it once doesn't mean you'll hit it twice. Calculations are best laid plans, better stay sharp when you choose, 'cause the stakes are highest when there's nothing left to lose. It's a numbers game, all you got is your name, while you're blinded by casino lights. What are your chances? What are the odds? Hey, do you feel lucky tonight? It's a numbers game, all you got is your name, so you best be sure you're playing it right. What are your chances? What are the odds? Do you feel lucky tonight? Hey, it's a numbers game, all you got is your name, and you're blinded by casino lights. What are your chances? What are the odds? Hey, do you feel lucky tonight? That wow, that's fun. I should do that one more. I like that one. Yeah, that is the first time that has ever been performed since that class. And the funny thing is that class, we all had to, usually Pat would have his assistant pick what his assistant considered to be the 5 best songs to present to the class, and those people would perform. But for that one, we all had to perform, and not having, but we had to just sing over the track, and not having, not being able to play. I was like, what do I do with myself? I'm standing here and I'm in this character song, this sort of devil character. It's like, how do I play this? So much like I did with War Pigs earlier, I was actually kind of, triple sevens on the slots, double sixes on the dice. And people were laughing and really getting into it. And in that last chorus, I'm like, okay, double chorus, I got to do something big. And there was a piano bench next to me. And before I had time to think about it, I actually stood up on the piano bench. And I'm just going, it's a numbers game. All you got is your name. And I got a huge response out of that, but all I'm thinking the whole time is don't fall down, 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 don't fall down. And apparently that's what I heard later, that's what a lot of the rest of the class was thinking too. It's like, is he going to fall off? All right, let's see. Another one from way, way deep in the vaults that got requested beforehand. This song was a meme before. I feel like as we were just kind of learning what a meme was and what a meme song would be on the internet, and it was a huge sort of phenomenon when I was in high school, mostly in sort of as a joke, and it had a bizarre popularity, mainly because there was a video someone made of themselves dancing very enthusiastically to this song while seated at their desk, and that might be enough for those of you who know to tell you what it is already, but I'll get to that in a moment. There's an international sort of house dance club music group originally from Moldova called Ozone. And they had a hit song in 2003, 2004 with Romanian lyrics that peaked in sort of, the dance club scene at the time. And then a few years later, when YouTube and social media was really kind of kicking off, for whatever reason, this guy by the name of, I believe, Gary Bralsma was his name, just filmed himself seated at his desk. Like, the lighting in the room is really bad. You can see he's got some sort of terrarium over his shoulder, and he's just going like this. And because of the phonetic sound of the lyrics of this song, he became known as the Numa Numa guy. And this became known as the Numa Numa song, even though its proper title in its original Romanian is DRAGOSTEA DIN TEI. I don't know if I'm enunciating that exactly correctly, but which means the love of the linden trees. It's basically an outlaw love song that you might know as the Numa Numa song, or you might recognize it by this opening riff. And so this was requested, and I am now going to play this for the first time in over a decade. Maya, Maya, ooh, Maya, 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 ooh, Maya, 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 ooh, Maya, 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 ooh, Maya, Maya. Alo, salut, sunt eu un haiduc și te rog, iubirea mea, rămaște fericirea. Alo, alo, sunt eu Picasso, ți-am dat ce sunt voinic, dar nici spirul sierlimik Presa prestar numa numa yei Numa numa yei Numa 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 yei Ki kordelsti dragostea din tei Namintesc de rochitai yei E cum se spun ce simt acum Alo iubire nu mă aștept fericirea Alo, alo Sunt așa Picasso ți-am dat beat Ce sinfonic Are speed nu cer nimic Vrei să vrei dar numai ei Numai ei Numai ei Chi cordelsti dragostea din tei N-amintesc de ochii tăi Vrei să vrei dar numai ei Numai ei Numai ei Chi cordelsti dragostea din tei N-amintesc de ochii tăi Mai dar numai ei Numai ei Chi cordelsti dragostea din tei N-amintesc de ochii tăi Oh, Clue, I didn't realize you knew KT. That's awesome. Someone says they're impressed with my language skills. I learned that phonetically and then looked up the words later to make sure I was doing it right. I don't actually speak Romanian, I'm afraid. Yeah, that was that song had quite a life to it. I remember once, because it was something all the kids knew, when I used to go back to in-street Montessori school where I went to elementary school. And I would play songs that the kids would like or they could sing along with. And I remember I did that when I believe I played it on the ukulele, which is just the ultimate Mad Lib of music, isn't it? So I've got, I'm going to do another throwback classic. And this is one of the highlights of my life, honestly. I work for a company called HD Piano, as some of you might know, and I do a bunch of things for them, but my original job, my original primary duties were transcription and arranging. So I'd listen to a recording, and if it had a keyboard part, I would write out the sheet music of what the keyboard part was. Or if it didn't, I would find the best, easiest way to play it on the keyboard. And one of the songs I did early on was a classic by a band called King Harvest, a French/American sort of folk rock-ish band. This was a song that I knew about. I already knew this song existed, but I did this arrangement. And I sent it off to the instructors, and we made our lesson out of it. And it was on our website. Flash forward to the beginning of the pandemic, so that's about a year down the line. And I learned that Tony Reale, who is the host of ESPN's Around the Horn, and just is a wonderful, thoughtful human being with many talents, very funny, very heartfelt, very enlightened. I learned that not only was he learning piano during the pandemic, he already played piano a bit, but he was starting to take it more seriously. And not only was he focusing on studying piano during the pandemic, he was learning from HD piano. And I thought, oh my God, this person that I've admired for so long is learning with the company I work for. That's unbelievably amazing. But it doesn't stop there. Because a few months into the pandemic, when everybody was hosting podcasts, Woody Page, one of the sports writers who's a panelist on Around the Horn, who is also, incidentally, the inspiration behind the blackboard behind me there. He has a blackboard with funny quips behind him when he appears on TV. And it's literally that same model of blackboard. I went out and bought it because I thought it would be funny to imitate Woody Page. But anyway, he hosted a podcast for a few months in the pandemic. He didn't continue, which is a shame because it was fun. And on one episode, he interviewed Tony Reale. And Reale decided to go to a piano and do a bit of Name That Tune of some of the songs he'd been learning. And he started playing this song. The song that I had arranged. It was mostly a transcription, to be fair. But it was a little bit of arranging. So Tony Reale was playing my arrangement that he learned through HD piano. And I was listening to this podcast at like 1 a.m, and I'm willing to bet I squealed loudly enough to wake up my family, or at least the dogs, because I was so just over the moon honored that in this sort of roundabout way I had managed to touch the life of a man who has been a staple of my life for well over a decade. So this one goes out to Tony Reale. May you keep doing all the wonderful things you do. It's called Dancing in the Moonlight. We get it almost every night. When that old moon gets big and bright, it's supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. We keep things loose, we keep things alight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feet so warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We like our fun, we never fight. You can't dance and stay uptight. It's supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody feels so warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Oh, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody feels so warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. So for anyone who didn't recognize the second part of that, that was the theme from the TV show Taxi. Also known, the title is Angela. It's one of my favorite songs to play. That middle part is very, very difficult. That obviously was not part of my HD piano arrangement, although I did also arrange that for HD piano as part of a separate lesson. Yeah, we are going all over the map tonight. And to that end, I want to bring in some other instruments, and I realize I did not bring my guitar pick over here where I need it. So if you'll give me just a second. I always forget something, and I need to stop doing that or I'm going to lose my front teeth. Would help if I put the capo on the right way too, wouldn't it? Got another great request that I will do in just a moment. I believe it or not, we'll switch back to the piano for that one. And since I'm just doing the guitar, I want to do at least one guitar one. And then I'll do that one, and then I'll come back to the guitar. This is my second show with a new, I've got a new toy here. A little EQ slash reverb slash effects box for my acoustic guitar because the low strings weren't coming through anywhere near as much as the high strings were previously when I was just running it straight into the interface, and I learned that basically everybody has some sort of preamp before the interface, and this was just something that I didn't do. So, but it also has some other effects here. Chorusing effect. I don't know. Is that a little too strong? Or I'm going to go for it. This is a song by a local band from the early 90s. Band that my parents got to know, started out, they were friends of theirs. And the band put out 2 albums that were really just fantastic. They're really, I love them. They're two of my favorite albums. But unfortunately, just different plans for life and, you know, various commitments and things prevented them from getting any bigger as a group. The lead singer, Todd Tebow, has gone on to have a wonderful solo career and can still be seen playing around Boston all the time. And Jim Wooster, the guitarist, is actually, I don't know what his official title is, but he's a creative director of Cambridge's own Club Passeum, one of the beloved music venues around here. And every couple of years or so, these guys are, you know, they recapture some of the old magic. I may do that one later, Leahy. I think that one's better on piano, but I may do that one later because I like it. It is the same band, yes. But every couple of years or so, this band will get back together and do a show at a favorite local venue like the Burren or the late Johnny D's, one of the many great venues in Boston that we've lost in the recent years. It was before the pandemic, actually, but they had a reunion show there. This is a band called the Courage Brothers, and this is a song of theirs called She Knows. And the rain falls hard on this old little town, and I know on the river she blows, and there ain't no cure for the pain I've found, and I've got a feeling she knows. I found a love and I held it in my hand, the kind of love that draws a woman to a man. But that same love, I let it slip away, and now I walk the streets wondering what I'll say. And the rain falls hard on this old little town, and the wind on the river she blows, and there ain't no cure for the pain I've found, and I've got a feeling she knows. She said, I don't believe I heard you right before, wandering around like you're on the wrong side of the door. Well, if you're lost, I can help you find your way. And so she leaves me with the debt I can't repay. And the rain falls hard on this old little town, and the wind on the river she blows, and there ain't no cure for the pain I've found, and I've got a feeling she knows. She knows I'm running scared, she knows what brought me here, but I left all that trouble far behind me. She knows I don't belong, singing out a desperate song as I look into my lover's eyes, and all I see is something dying. It died. Falls hard on this old little town, and the wind on the river she blows, and there ain't no cure for the pain I've found, and I've got a feeling she knows. She knows. She knows. Let's see here. All right, got another one I want to double check. What is going on with this? Which one of these is loose? Something is very loose here. Let's see, I want to double check the lyrics to this one because it has a lot of words. They're not words you would normally expect to find in a pop song, and they come at you real fast. It's another one I want to make sure I do proper justice to, because it is a great song. Didn't know what time it was, the lights were low. I leaned back on my radio. Some cat was laying down some rock and roll, not a soul, he said. And then that loud sound, it began to fade. Came back on a slow voice like a wave of fade. That wasn't no DJ, that was hazy cosmic jive. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He's told us not to blow it, cause he knows it's all worthwhile. He told me, let the children lose it, let the children use it, let all the children boogie. Someone, so I picked on you. Hey, that's far out, so I heard him too. Switch on the TV, we might pick him up on channel 2. Look out the window, you can see his light. If we sparkle, he might shine tonight. Don't tell your papa, he'll get us locked up and fried. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He's told us not to blow it, cause he knows it's all worthwhile. He told me, let the children use it, let the children lose it, let all the children boogie. Starman waiting in the sky. He'd like to come and meet us, but he thinks he'd blow our minds. There's a starman waiting in the sky. He's told us not to blow it, cause he knows it's all worthwhile. He told me, let the children use it, let the children lose it, let all the children boogie. Oh, I love that song. So for anyone who's just getting here, you know, these tend to go on for a while, so people come in and out, and that's totally fine. There's no pressure to stay for the whole thing. I'm honored that you choose to spend any time at all listening to this this lonely musician playing in his studio. Because if you guys weren't here, I'd be doing the same thing, and it wouldn't be anywhere near as fun. So everyone out there watching, it means so much to me that you're here with me. But if you're just tuning in or you missed the intro, I do take requests. A lot of these have been requests. You can check. There's a link down below my down below the screen, somewhere down there. I can't actually see myself, but I believe I'm pointing downward at the camera. There's a link with my repertoire list on a Google document. If you have a Twitch account, you can just comment any song you see there that you'd like to hear in the chat, and I'll play it. If you have my phone number, feel free to text me. And then let me check. Let me see if anything's come through on the My Song List app. That's a bit finicky, but oh, it looks like. Hang on, there might have been something. There might have been something that I lost. I'm so sorry. If anybody sent something through the My Song List app, it just glitched on me, which is something it's known to do. So if you sent a request to me that way, try it again if you wouldn't mind. But I've got a few more in the clip, and some fun ideas. I want to do something special now that I haven't done in one of these live streams before, and I've only done it in a couple performances ever. Some of you may know, and to those who don't, this is going to be a real surprise. When I was a kid, I performed with an Andean music folk band for a few years. It's a very long story, but to make it short, I heard this band CD in school. I went to a Montessori school. All the jokes you've heard about Montessori schools are 100% accurate, incidentally. And so during some of our quiet time, we had a CD by this band, Inca Sun. And I fell in love with the sound immediately. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, or so I thought, and I'll get back to that in a moment. But I was just mesmerized by this sound, and so I asked if I could borrow the CD, and my teacher, Elise, was very gracious in that she actually just gave me the CD. And so I started to look up this band and found out that not only were they based in the Boston area and would play around here all the time, but this was actually a band that had played at my neighbor's wedding while my mother was very heavily pregnant with me. So while my brain was forming, like, the actual sound waves might have, like, left a literal impression in my forming mind. I don't know exactly what the science is behind that, but and so we started to go see them perform whenever they were playing in the area in Massachusetts or New Hampshire, and I started to recognize certain songs, and I bought one of the little souvenir, we call them pan flutes, in sort of the Eurocentric name for them, but the proper name is a siku or sikus, and I would buy the little souvenir ones, which aren't they work, but they're not like meant to play professional music on. They're more for the kids and people who just want to explore the music. And I started teaching myself their songs, and I would go up to the guys after the show because they'd start to recognize me as that same geeky kid who was at all these shows. And I would say, "Hey, look, I learned this one. I learned this one," and these guys were all just so sweet and so generous, and they were so enthusiastic that I genuinely loved their music. Because at any point they could have told me, yeah, that's great, kid. That's great. But they really were super supportive and enthusiastic, and they would, some of the members would call the others like, "Hey, guys, come here, check this out. He learned this one." And so I started to get to know the members of the band, in particular Cesar Villalobos, the director, became a dear friend and teacher and mentor, and one day he called our family home, and back when we had landlines, anyone remember that, and said, "Hey, we're doing a show for families at the Rhode Island School of Design next month. Would Seth like to perform with us?" I was 9 years old at the time. I never dreamed that I would have a chance to perform with Inca Sun, but here was the offer, and of course I wanted to. And we wondered, like, how serious was this going to be? Was it just going to be a cute thing, you know, to have a kid up there, or was I actually going to be playing? But I was actually playing because I knew the songs, and I would sing the harmonies and everything, and it was the most fun. It was probably honestly one of the best days of my life. I think I can say that fairly, because it was the first time I was invited to perform, not just because, you know, it was a talent show like with a sign-up sheet or a recital for my music school. This was, you know, these were people who recognized that I knew what I was doing and that I had a passion and a love for the music, and so invited me to perform because of that. And to this day, I'm so grateful to everyone in that band who was always so nice, so generous. And so I have with me here one of my sikus, and I am going to attempt to play both siku and piano at the same time, which I've only done a few times, and play for you one of my favorite traditional Peruvian Andean songs. It's a song called SARIRI, and it's about a wanderer, a man whose job is to wander the mountains from village to village, city to city, and share news and culture and music, and, you know, to share his wisdom and to learn the wisdom of others, and then eventually, after a long journey, to bring it home. And this is a song about the wanderer coming home at last. It's called SARIRI. I hope this works. Tengo que llegar al pueblo, ahí me espera mi madre, tierra de gente morena, paisajes color aguayo, gente morena, paisajes color aguayo, soy el SARIRI del Ande, caminando muchas lunas con el lamento del indio, subiendo por las quebradas con el lamento del indio, subiendo por las quebradas. Everybody at home. The trickiest thing about playing both of these instruments at the same time is that on the keyboard, to get to a higher note, it goes left to right, and on a siku, it goes right to left. So when you're trying to go to a higher part of the melody and you're trying to play along on the piano you have to go left to right, and on the siku you have to go right to left. And so it can get a little confusing. Let's see. Another couple of requests I got beforehand. And then a few more ideas. I'm planning on going for as long as my voice holds out. You know, it's my birthday. I feel like just playing as much music. Nobody's under any obligation to stay for all of it. If you got things to do, you got to cook dinner, whatever, I totally understand. I appreciate you being here for any of it at all. But if you do want to stick around, we got lots of fun songs and fun ideas still here. Let's see. There's another request I got beforehand, and it's another one I haven't done in a while. It's one I learned actually for the same class that the War Pigs performance video that I mentioned earlier is from. I learned it was a special request of my friend Ellie, who was in that class. Another one you wouldn't expect to hear on solo piano.
Sun where the hot springs blow. Hammer of the gods will guide our ships to new lands, to fight the hordes, singing, crying, Valhalla, I am coming. Oh, we sweep with a threshing hour, our only goal will be a western shore. soft your fields of green, whisper tales of gold, how we calm the tides of war. We are your overlord. Oh, we sweep with the touching of our only goal will be a western shore. So now you better stop, rebuild all your ruins. This peace and trust can win the day despite all of your losing. I guess it's the night of TV theme songs. I hadn't really planned on that when I was starting the set, but we've had two, and I've got plans for another. So that was the Knight Rider theme at the end of Led Zeppelin's Immigrant Song, if you were curious. Another one from the Vaults. Before the show, a friend of mine requested some Killers. And I hope they meant the band. Think about it, it's funny. Cut the cord. Are we human? Or are we dancer? Our sign is vital. My hands are cold, and I'm on my knees looking for the answers. Are we human? Or are we dancer? hearts to grace and virtue. Send my condolences to good. Say farewell to soul and romance. They always did the best they could. So long to devotion. You taught me everything I know. Wave goodbye, wish me well. You gotta let me go. Are we human? Are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold, and I'm on my knees looking for the answers. Are we human? Are we dancers? Will your sister be alright when you dream of home tonight? There is no message we're receiving. Let me know, is your heart still beating? Are we human? Or are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold, and I'm on my knees looking for the answer. Gotta let me know, are we human? Are we dancer? My sign is vital. My hands are cold, and I'm on my knees looking for the answer. Are we human? Or are we dancer? Are we human? Or are we dancer? Are we human? Or are we dancers?
That one's always so much fun to play and to sing. I love that song so much. Let's see. I had a request come in from my sister earlier this week. An old Elton John favorite. Don't forget, if you got any requests of your own, please let me know. If you have my phone number, you can text me. If you have a Twitch account, you can comment in the chat. There is a link to a Google document down below the video. To see my entire repertoire list, you can request anything off of that list, and I will play it for you.
When I look back, boy,
There it is. Let's do that again.
when I look back, boy, it must have been green. By Driving in the country, fishing in a stream, looking for an answer, trying to find a sign, till I saw your city lights, honey, I was blind. They said, get back, a honky cat, you better get back to the woods. Well, I quit those days and my redneck ways, and oh, the change is gonna do me good. They said, get back, a honky cat, living in a city ain't where it's at. It's like trying to find gold in a silver mine. It's like trying to drink a whiskey, oh, from a bottle of wine. Well, I read some books and I read some magazines about those high-class ladies down in New Orleans, and all the folks back home, they said I was a fool. They said, oh, believe in the Lord is the golden rule. They said, get back, a honky cat, you better get back to your woods. Well, I quit those days and my redneck ways, and oh, the change is gonna do me good. They said, get back, honky cat, living in a city ain't where it's at. It's like trying to find gold in a silver mine. It's like trying to drink a whiskey, well, from a bottle of wine. They say, get back, a honky cat, living in a city ain't where it's at. It's like trying to find gold in a silver mine. It's like trying to drink a whiskey, oh, well, from a bottle of wine. They said, stay at home, boy, you gotta tend the farm. Living in the city, boy, it's gonna break your heart. But how can you stay when your heart says no? How can you stop when your feet say go? They said, get back, honky cat, you better get back to your woods. Well, I quit those days and my redneck ways, and oh, the change is gonna do me good. He said, get back, honky cat, living in a city ain't where it's at. It's like trying to find gold in a silver mine. It's like trying to drink a whiskey from a bottle of wine. He said, get back, honky cat, get back, honky cat, get back, woo! Get back, honky cat, get back, honky cat, get back, woo! Get back, honky cat, get back, honky cat, get back, woo! Get back, honky cat, want to bring out another instrument. Also making its live stream debut. That would be the Irish penny whistle. I am a man of Irish and Scottish descent and grew up listening to a lot of Celtic music. My grandfather in particular is an Irish-American descendant, and he introduced me to all sorts of wonderful Celtic music that I've been studying all my life. And I want to do, let's see, which one do I want to do? I think I'll do a set of 3 songs, because they're a set of 3 tunes. That's very important in Celtic music. If it has lyrics, it's a song. If it doesn't, it's a tune. That's very important, and I can't believe I messed that up. I'm going to do, I'm going to do a few jigs, I think, a set of 3 jigs. I'm going to do Sleeve Russell, The Old Favorite, and CONNAUGHTMAN'S Rambles. If I could remember how The Old Favorite goes. I remember how it goes. Okay.
gonna do. I think I'll do. Do a little more on the whistle while I have it here. How about Oh, that's an excellent request, and I will do that shortly. I'll just do one tune on the whistle. I'll do a song called The Temperance Reel. A tune called The Temperance Reel. I need to get better at this if I want to start playing with other Celtic session musicians, because I will get thrown out immediately.
I couldn't help myself. I ended up doing a set of 3. That was the Temperence reel into the Silver Spear into the Star of Munster. Another request I got. Well, thank you for the follow, Kevin Blockswank. Finally a name I recognize. I often wonder when I see Twitch usernames come up, like, do I know this person in real life or no? Once again, thank you to everybody who's been watching. We've still got plenty of music to go. Like I said, I plan to just play until my voice goes out because I'm having so much fun. I could not think of a better way to spend my birthday than playing some music. And it means the world to me that folks still want to listen. For you. Look how they shine for you. Look at the stars. Look how they shine for you. All the things you do. Climbing up on SOLSBURY Hill, I could see the city lights. Wind was blowing, time stood still. An eagle flew out of the night. It was something to observe. It came in close, I heard a voice, standing, stretching every nerve. I had to listen, had no choice. I did not believe the information. I just had to trust imagination. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Son, he said, grab your things, I've come to take you home. I just got a text from my brother saying, I knew it! So I must have done this one too much. It's getting predictable. It's still fun, who am I kidding? To keep in silence I resigned. My friends would think I was a nut, turning water into wine. Open doors would soon be shut. So I went from day to day. Although my life was in a rut, till I thought of what I'd say, which connection I should cut. I was feeling part of the scenery. I walked right out of the machinery. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Son, he said, grab your things, I've come to take you home. Hey, back home. And when illusions spin her net, I'm never where I wanna be. Liberty, she pirouette when I think that I am free. Watch my empty silhouette, close their eyes but still can see. No one taught them etiquette. I will show another me. Today I don't need a replacement. I show them what the smile on my face meant. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Hey, I said, keep my things, they've come to take me home. Hey, back home. Hey, 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 I'll soon be home. Hey, 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 I'll soon be home. I am having so much fun tonight. I can't tell you. This is a blast. I love that I get to do this. You know, I'm so lucky that we have the technology to
still do these piano bar things even as COVID still makes things dicey. I know, we're kind of trying to reopen things, even though we probably really shouldn't be, but anyway. Oh, Ariana's here. Thank you so much. Ariana was the violin player in the Andean folk band that I mentioned earlier. And we reconnected a couple of years ago after a long time of just not being in touch. Check out Ariana and Yvonne. I think they're mostly doing their band, the Ginger Snap Jazz Band. Check them out. They're incredible. And just Ariana and her husband Yvonne are wonderful, wonderful people. And incredible musicians, and they deserve all of the accolades, so check them out. Thank you so much for being here, Ariana. It means the world. You know what? I'm going to do something a little different, which has kind of been the theme of this evening. I'm going to do an a cappella song. That is not something I've done on these before. And normally what would make this song, kind of stick is that it's got a line that everyone is supposed to sing along with. Now, I'm just going to trust all of you at home that when I give you the line, you're going to sing it along with me, because that's what this song is about. This song was written by a guy by the name of David Bromberg, who is sort of under the radar in a lot of ways, but he's an incredible multi-instrumentalist, guitarist, fiddleist, singer, and an incredibly funny guy who retired from performing for a long time to just focus on making instruments, if I have the story correct. But had in the last decade or so has started performing again. And he wanted to write, a bit of a contradiction here, but he wanted to write an old English bar drinking song. Now, it's hard to write an old song when it's a new song, but you get the point. He was going with the, all of the old traditional styles. And so he wrote this song that's meant to be sung in a pub with everybody holding their mugs high, as intoxicated as possible, but we don't have to go that far. All you need to know is that when I cue you, and it'll usually, after the first verse, which is a bit different, it'll be every fourth line. When I cue you, everybody should sing, "I am the strongest man alive." It's real easy. That's all you got to do. And so, with that, I present to you, "I Am the Strongest Man Alive" by David Bromberg. And another great request just came in that I will get to. So many great requests tonight. This is amazing. I love when you guys give me the songs to do. It makes my job easier. I am the strongest man alive. That might sound like idle boasting, but I have no need to lie. I have lived through storms and tempests, not another soul survived. I am the strongest man alive. I have carried burdens heavier than human tongue can tell. I have traveled distances untold, been forth and back through hell. I've endured the very worst that man and nature could provide. I am the strongest man alive. I have fought in many battles, though I have not won them all. It's a miracle this bruised and battered body breathes at all. Oh, they say a cat has 9 lives. Well, I've lived through 4 or 5. I am the strongest man alive.
I have cheated death 1,000 times, that foul and greedy thief. Though I've buried endless comrades, which has brought me endless grief, I alone live on, well all around my friends and loved ones died. For I am the strongest man alive. It's the mental anguish that's the worst of all the pain I've had. Where other men have gone insane, I'm only slightly mad. Oh, but still I breathe, I bleed, I weep through times I'd wished to die. I am the strongest man alive. Although I am Earth's strongest man, I'm not immune to death. There's a motive for each motion, a purpose for each breath. For without your true and lasting love, I would not, could not survive. Although I am the strongest man alive. You guys are sounding good out there. I was talking to my grandmother last night, and just talking about music and all of the great artists and how lucky I've been to be able to see so many of the great artists that I love, that I grew up on. And there are only a couple exceptions that I haven't gotten to see. This came up because I saw Paul McCartney on Tuesday. It was my family all went to Fenway Park to see Paul McCartney. It was for my dad's birthday. And as you can imagine, that show was absolutely incredible. It was the first time any of us had seen him, and it was just truly amazing on so many levels. And I'll talk more about that in a bit. And so I was thinking, okay, McCartney, there's another one I can check off the list that I got to see. And I was thinking, who are the ones I didn't get to see? Who are the ones who passed away before or retired before I had a chance? And there's only a few. There's Little Feat, which, obviously Lowell George passed away a long time ago, and the remaining members of the band still play from time to time, but, more and more of them have passed on. Richie Hayward, Paul Barrere, they have left us. David Bowie, I never got to see, though I did get to see the Victorian Albert Museum exhibit for him, which was really cool. I never got to see the Grateful Dead because Jerry Garcia died when I was 1 year old, but I did get to see Bob Weir and Phil Lesh together a few years ago, which was amazing. And then the one that I've never, the one last one that I can think of that I never got to see despite growing up on and absolutely loving this person's music was Tom Petty. Tom Petty, and particularly the Wildflowers album, was one of my earliest and most formative experiences in good music, good songwriting, just a great band sound, great musicianship. Yeah, you're right, KT. Those I don't know what they were thinking when they made the automatic emojis for Twitch, but they're definitely very weird. But yeah, Tom Petty and the Wildflowers album was among the earliest albums that I ever fell in love with and would just listen to the CD over and over and over and over and over again. And so Petty and his whole catalog has been very special to me. And then I learned this song
when my mentor's band, The Brew, did a 4-day acoustic mixtape review tour along with 2 other incredible artists who I'm honored to say are friends of mine, Will Daly and Audrey Ryan. And what that tour was about was, you know, all 3 bands would play a couple songs together at the beginning, then Audrey Ryan would play her set, then Will Daly would play his set, then The Brew would play a set, I would be part of that, and then all 3 acts would play together at the end. And honestly, it was one of the most fun experiences ever, because in between these shows were a whole bunch of snowstorms, and I got a day off from school, and then school came back, and I played my school winter ball, and then as soon as the winter ball finished, my dad and I just jumped in the car. I was wearing a full suit and tie for the winter ball. I changed into my rock clothes, and we went to Club Passim, which I mentioned earlier, over in Cambridge, just in time for me to play my part with The Brew. And I loved that, you know, it was short. I don't know if you could technically call it a tour, but it was, you know, I would put it up there with that first Inca Sun show that I was talking about earlier, in terms of just the most joy I've had as a musician. And one of the songs that was one of the encores with all the bands playing together was this song, this beautiful Tom Petty song.
Eddie waited till he finished high school. He went to Hollywood, got a tattoo. He met a girl out there with a tattoo too. His future was wide open. They moved into a place they both could afford. He found a nightclub he could work at the door. She had a guitar and she taught him some chords. The sky was the limit. Into the great wide open, under the skies of blue, out in the great wide open, a rebel without a clue. Papers said it always played from the heart. They found an agent and a roadie named Bart. They had a record and it went in the charts. The sky was the limit. His leather jacket had chains that would jingle. They both met movie stars, partied and mingled. Ray and Arman said, I don't hear a single. The future was wide open. Into the great wide open, under the skies of blue, out in the great wide open, a rebel without a clue. for the queen. King was in the parlor playing piano for the children of the king. So cry, baby, cry, make your mother sigh. She's old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry. King was in the garden picking flowers for a friend who came to stay. Queen was in the playroom painting pictures for the children's holiday. So cry, baby, cry, make your mother sigh. She's old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry, 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 and make your mother sigh. She's old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry. Duchess of Kirkcaldy, always laughing and arriving late for tea. Duke was having problems with a message at the local bird and bee. So cry, baby, cry, make your mother sigh. She's old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry, 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 or make your mother sigh. She's old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry. 12 o'clock communion round the table for assailants in the dark. Voices out of nowhere put on special by the children for a lark. Cry, baby, cry, make your mother sigh. She's old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry, 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 and make your mother sigh. No, she's old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry. Cry, baby, cry. Into the great wide open, under them skies of blue. Out in the great wide open, a rebel without a clue. Into the great wide open, under the skies of blue. Out in the great wide open, a rebel without a clue.
Thank you so much, Ariana. You're so kind. And thank you to everybody for sticking around and listening. I've still got a whole bunch more songs I want to play, so I'm just going to be here if you want to stick around. I want to tell sort of blending Petty with the Beatles there. Gives me an opportunity to tell a story from the McCartney show to kind of lead into the next song that I want to do, because it's a bit different, which again has sort of been a theme of this evening. At one point, Paul looked out to the audience and said, "Oh, by the way, we do know which songs you like. We can tell by the lights on your phones, because when we play an old Beatles song, looks like a galaxy of stars out there. And then when we play a new song, it's like a big black hole of nothingness. But we don't care. We're going to play them anyway." And I appreciate that so much. As somebody who loves the deep cuts and the underappreciated songs, I love the greatest hits of any artist as much as the next guy. I really do. But to me, the best artists are the ones who have the album tracks, the lesser-known songs, that if those can speak to you just as much or it be as meaningful as the hits are, then you know you've found an artist that is really worth digging into their catalog. And so I want to do a really obscure Genesis song for you now. This is a song from the album The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, which was the last album with Peter Gabriel. And it was a super ambitious concept double album with a very surrealist story theme connecting through all of the lyrics. And depending on who you ask, it's either one of the greatest masterpieces in rock history, or it's a bunch of nonsense from some pretentious English private school boys who were indulging themselves too much. And even within the band, the opinion is divided on exactly how successful it was. But even though the story itself is a thread through many of the songs, a lot of them can hold up well on their own as pieces of art with just a little bit of context. And so I want to play a song that I believe is the last song from the first of the 2 LPs in the album. So it's essentially the halfway point just before intermission. The story follows a young Puerto Rican immigrant to New York City named Rael. That came up with the name because Peter Gabriel was writing the lyrics, so that was where he got the name. Who is looking for his missing brother, and he thinks he sees his brother walking down into the subways of New York City and into the tunnels. And as he follows his brother John through the tunnels, he essentially, it's sort of an Alice in Wonderland type of thing. He comes across this incredibly surreal world where things are changing shape and changing what they are, you know, at a moment's notice. And at one point, as he's going through this surreal world that he's found beneath New York City, he comes to a chamber that has 32 identical doors. And in this chamber already is every human being that he's ever met, or some facsimile of them. And they're all debating loudly which door is the one door that will carry them forward, instead of, because all the other 31 doors just lead right back into the same room. And so everyone is frantically trying to figure out not only which door to go through, but who among these people should you listen to? Who should you trust? Who would know best? Because everybody thinks they have the answer. And if that's not a metaphor for modern life on the social media age, I don't know what is. But this is called The Chamber of 32 Doors.
Top of the stairs, there's hundreds of people running around through all the doors, trying to find themselves an audience. Their deductions need applause. Rich man stands in front of me, poor man behind my back. They believe they can control the game, but the juggler holds another pack. I need someone to believe in, someone to trust. I need someone to believe in, someone to trust. I'd rather trust a country man than a town man. And judge by his eyes, take a look if he can. He smiles through his guard. The Survival trains hard. I'd rather trust a man who works with his hands. He looks at you once, you know he understands. You don't need any shields when you're out in the fields. But down here, I'm so alone with my fear, with everything that I hear, every single door that I walk through brings me back here again. I've got to find my own way. The priest and the magician cycle all the chants that they've ever heard, and they're all calling out my name. Even academics searching printed words. My father to the left of me, my mother to the right. Like everyone else, they're pointing, but nowhere feels quite right. I need someone to believe in, someone to trust. I need someone to believe in, someone to trust. Rather trust a man who doesn't shout what he's found. There's no need to sell if you're homeward bound. If I choose a side, won't get taken for a ride back inside this chamber of so many doors. I've got nowhere to hide. I'd give you all of my dreams if you'd help me find the door that doesn't lead me back here again. Take me away.
Isn't that such a cool song? I love that song. There's a lot of them like that on The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. They're very surreal, they're very weird, but they're just, there's something about them. I hugely recommend that album if you want, like I said, a very sort of like an Alice in Wonderland in rock. It's yeah, it's got a lot of great songs. So I believe I promised when I was teasing the show that I would do an original song that wasn't exactly new, but that I had never performed live before. And technically I've already done that because I did Numbers Game earlier on in the set, but that wasn't the one that I was planning on when I promised. So I am going to debut another new original song, that I started writing back in 2015. I was in a job at the time that it had been great for a while, and it deteriorated very quickly, and I ended up quitting that job because it was causing me too much anguish. And I started writing this song at the time, and it just never, it didn't quite come together. As anyone who's written songs or, made any sort of creative art, poetry, and anything, I'm sure you know this feeling. Like sometimes you're like, this is a good idea. You know that there's something to be mined here, but it isn't lining up. And so sometimes you figure, okay, I'll come back to this tomorrow. And then you come back to it the next day and the next day, and it doesn't click. And then somehow, out of the blue, a few years later, something in your brain gives you that missing piece that recontextualizes the entire thing. And all of a sudden, this piece that had been kind of sitting dormant and lifeless is imbued with a new energy and a new source of creativity. And so this song is one of those. I didn't finish writing it until early 2019. And funnily enough, I had just gotten a new job that I liked very much when I finished writing this song. And so the plan actually, this was going to be, this was on the short list for the next single that I was going to record and release when the pandemic hit and prevented me from going into the studio to start the bass tracks, the basic tracks for the new song. So, but I was telling my bosses and my coworkers, like, this song may come out soon. It's not about you. I promise. It's not about you. So in case any of my colleagues happen to be watching, I'll say again, this was not written about my job that I have now. My job that I have now is great. This is a song that's been kicking around for many years. And I figured out what's going on. I have the reverb box plugged in behind me, so I don't have a repeat of the battery incident. But the cable is so short that it goes right over the box, and so if I jiggle the cable at all, it presses on the box. But anyway, so this is a song. This is a song for all of you who've just had it with a job that feels like it's going nowhere good. It's called Company Man.
You don't need to be fighting me, 'cause I'll resign.
I wrote these words. What are they? I got it.
You don't need to be fighting me, 'cause I resign. Don't want to spend an eternity towing your fine line. You say you'll get someone better, well, be my guest. Dig out those resume letters, well, I clear out my desk. How I stuck it out this long, I'll never know. But I'm thinking it's time for me to go. I'm getting out, well, the getting's good. I'm jumping ship while I still can. I've had enough, now I'm getting tough, 'cause I'm not gonna be your company man. No more pushing broken pencils while staring at the clock, logging bits of pieces to account for your lost stock. I'm eyeing that emergency exit, I don't care if the alarm bell rings, 'cause by the time you come looking for me, I'll be on to better things. Get yourself another rat to run your race. I'm sick of seeing your smug face. I'm getting out, well, the getting's good. Jumping ship where I still can. I've had enough, now I'm getting tough, 'cause I'm not gonna be your company man. My patience has its limits. You've wasted too much of my life. Imagine what I could have been by now if not for dancing at the point of your knife. Your straws won't break my back anymore. This is the last time I walk through that door. I'm getting out, well, the getting's good. I'm jumping ship, well, I still can. I've had enough, you don't like it, tough, 'cause I'm not gonna be your company man.
So, first time ever performed that one. I want to do another original, actually. I'm going to do 2 in a row, which is a new record, I think, for these streams. This is one that I have released, so you can find this one. And I want to tell a special story for this, because this one came to mind because of an experience I had yesterday that has really, in the grand scheme of things, isn't the most earth-shatteringly important thing in the world to focus on right now, but it really kind of shifted my perspective on a few things. As anyone who knows me knows, and as anyone who is watching me can see, I love books. I love to read. I love to collect books. I love to read entire series. I read when I have the time. I read incredibly quickly. If it's a book I like, I will devour it. And so one of my favorite places to go in the world is a bookstore. I love just the feel of a bookstore. This, a place with just shelves and shelves and shelves of books that might be interesting, that I can look through and find something interesting. And, one of the big bookstores, that you can find in a lot of places is Barnes & Noble. And so I've been going to various Barnes & Nobles for, the majority of my life. The first time was when my grandparents first moved to Salem, and there was one right there. So whenever I'd visit them, I'd say, "Can we go to Barnes & Noble?" And then over time, various locations of Barnes & Noble started adding CDs and DVDs. So music and TV shows / movies that I could also collect, which, of course, are also things that I love so much. And they had cafes with baked goods. And that is the fastest way to my heart, as anybody knows. It might also be the fastest way to heart disease. But I'm sorry, that's a terrible joke, but I just thought of it in my mind, and I had to get it out while I was thinking of it. But anyway, so, what could be better? A place with lots of books, CDs, DVDs, and baked goods. It doesn't get any better than that for me. Like I could live there. And so when I moved to Boston at the end of August 2012, because I was starting at Berkeley, I moved into a building called the Greenhouse Apartments on Huntington Avenue. And right across, literally just you cross the 4-way crosswalk twice, is the Prudential Center. And right in that exact corner of the Prudential Center is a big Barnes & Noble. And when we were moving me into my apartment, my dad saw the Barnes & Noble awnings on the windows, like, oh no, there's a Barnes & Noble right across from Seth. This is money will be lost here. And he wasn't wrong. That first day I had moved to Boston was the first day I visited that place. And I had, I have since moved apartments after several years at that place, but I still go there anytime a new season of a show I like is released on DVD, a new album I want is released, and especially when a new book that I want to read is released. And just the experience of browsing there, it was so much fun. And I was there often enough that just about the entire staff knew me by name. They'd say, "Hey, Seth," when I come in. They'd see me, they'd know who I was, and a lot of times they would know exactly what came out that day that I was coming in for. "Oh, you must be here for the new Ian Rankin book or the new season of Midsummer Murders or the new the new Bruce Hornsby album. Like these people got to know me, and so it became my home away from home. And yesterday I had to go to the RMV to renew my ID, and that's a process, and it's boring and whatever. And so I figured after that, what, I'll treat myself. I'll take a quick run to Barnes and Noble. And as soon as I got in there, I'm like, something's not right here. Most of these shelves are almost empty. Like maybe they're just reorganizing, because they've done that a few times. So maybe they're reorganizing. But I went over to the music and DVD section, and it's completely cordoned off with a sign that says the music and movie department has closed. I'm thinking, oh, geez, that's not good. Maybe it's just because everything's digital and streaming these days, they're closing that department. But, surely, the rest of the bookstore will refill at least. And, I went to ask, hey, do you have this book? I didn't see it on the shelf. And she said, no, I'm afraid not. We're really getting rid of everything here. So, if we don't have it, there's really nothing we can do. I said, well, what do you mean? And she said, this location's closing. This location is closing as of next Sunday. Apparently John Henry, the guy who owns the Red Sox, made a better offer on the property to the property manager for one of his enterprises or whatever, and they're closing the location. And I got to tell you, I know this doesn't seem like much, but to a sentimental, nostalgic fool like me, it was really devastating, because I've been going there for 10 years. It's one of the last vestiges of... It's one of the last things that was the same since I first moved to Boston. So many things have changed. I miss those early days so much. So this is kind of like the last connection to the innocence I had of that time, my early Berkeley days, my early Boston days. And honestly, it crushed me. And I'm really going to miss it so much. And I'm going to go back during the week, because the guy who I know best wasn't on duty yesterday, and I want to say goodbye to him, because he's always been great at helping me find stuff and recommending stuff. And so, but yeah, I am really gonna miss it. I got to meet the legendary Boston sports writer Bob Ryan there. I got to meet NBA star Bill Walton there for book signing events. Ryan Kelly and Neil Byrne of Celtic Thunder did an event there. I got to go and meet them there. And I've just been going there nonstop for 10 years, and just to think that isn't going to be there anymore, really, it really got to me, and made me think about, the things we take for granted that we expect are always going to be there. Because why wouldn't it be? It's a big chain store. Surely the chain has enough money, they're going to keep this place open, but all of a sudden, no, it's not going to be there anymore. And that made me think about this song that I wrote many years ago for similar reasons, for the city of Newburyport, which is very much an old New England town. It's where I went to school for up through 6th grade, and would go back all the time. And once I started college and everything, I wasn't going there as often, and I would go back and I would notice this place, it doesn't look the same. Businesses have moved, people have moved, public areas have been redesigned. It's not the place I went to school every single day. And, again, it's mostly little things, some aesthetic things. But when that connection to what you remembered is lost, it hurts more than you think it's going to. And so this is a song about that connection to all those little things, and it's called The Town I Used to Know.
Coming home to Pleasant Street, I see how much has changed. The old bookstore's there, but the shelves are all rearranged.
Oof, that line hurts today.
I guess I thought the world would wait as I moved on, but just how long have I been gone? People wave and say we haven't seen you for a while, but Something's different in that once familiar smile. Been gone so long, I'm an outsider in their mind. Just how much did I leave behind? 'Cause the past is further back than I remember. I should have taken time to turn around. They say you can't go home again. I guess it's really so. 'Cause this place is just a shadow of the town I used to know. Standing in the shadows of the home I used to know. There was a gallery, but I hear they've moved away. They changed the menus in my favorite old cafe. Some would say it's progress, and I guess it's good to grow. But this just doesn't feel like home. 'Cause the past is further back than I remember. I should have taken time to turn around. They say you can't go home again. I guess it's really so. 'Cause this place is just a shadow of the town I used to know. Standing in the shadows of the home I used to know. The hot dog stand's no longer on the corner. It's a statue where the playground used to be. The barbershop closed down. It's now a restaurant. I've never been a stranger. But this town's sure strange to me. The past is further back than I remember. I should have taken time to turn around. They say you can't go home again. I guess it's really so. 'Cause this place is just a shadow of the town I used to know. Standing in the shadows of the home I used to know. I'd like to do another song inspired by the same thing. I didn't write this one. I was thinking about what that Barnes & Noble meant to me and means to me, and what the people there specifically mean to me, especially Paul, Carol, and Frank, you know, people who would see me all the time and just say hello, ask me how I'm doing, how the music's going. And I got to thinking, you know, some people, you know, everybody has their haunts, their place, their home away from home. You know, a lot of people have that in a neighborhood bar, and to a degree I do. I have that at the Bebop, which I was playing at every week. But this was another place like that for me. A place that no matter what was going on in my life, even if I wasn't going to buy anything. Now, granted, I usually did when I had enough money to do so, but that's beside the point. Even if I wasn't planning on buying anything, if I had a bad day or just a long, busy day, and I was walking home and I had time to kill, you know what? I'm just going to browse at the bookstore a little bit, say hi to whoever's on duty. And it really was a place where, dare I say it, everybody knew my name. And so I want to play this song specifically for the staff there who handled all of my questions, pre-orders, searched the back room for me when I couldn't find something, made recommendations, asked after me, recognized me after I'd been away for a year and a half because of the pandemic. So I want to play this for all of them. For those of you who know the song, don't worry, I have tweaked the lyrics a little bit. If you know, you know.
And this will be the third TV theme of the night. Something I didn't plan on going in. But sung by Boston's own Gary Portnoy for Boston's own Cheers. It's called Where Everybody Knows Your Name.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? All those nights when you got no lights, the check is in the mail. Your little angel hung the cat up by its tail, and your third fiance didn't show. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You roll out of bed, Mr. Coffee's dead, the morning's looking bright, and your shrink ran off to Europe and didn't even write, and your husband found another girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna go where people know the people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. Everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came.
Got a few more for you. My voice is still feeling like it's got some stuff left in it, so yeah, I got a few more that I can do before I sign off. Thank you again to everyone for watching. It means the world to me that I get to do this. It's ridiculous how lucky I am that I can just have my little setup here in the studio and play some songs. Oh, this is an interesting request. I'll have to see if I can do this actually. I'm not sure. I mean, it's got to be possible. I think I've actually done it once, but that's its own story. But I will do that in just a moment. I want to play one more song that I just learned, in fact. I just learned this last night. It's a Bruce Hornsby song. I was listening to it's a song I knew already, but it was when I was walking home yesterday. I was listening to Bruce Hornsby's Absolute Zero album. He recently released an album called Flicted, which is conflicted but short, so it's apostrophe flicted. And it's sort of the third of a trilogy. Absolute Zero was the first, Non-Secure Connection was the second, and Flicted is the third. And if I understand this correctly, most of the songs on them grew out of cues that he wrote for Spike Lee, because he's been scoring a lot of Spike Lee's recent movies. And so there's a lot of weird, atonal, ethereal stuff, some really complicated stuff, because, you know, a lot of stuff that starts as a movie cue, it doesn't have to fit like any sort of pop song. So there's a lot of really weird, ethereal stuff, and then there's a couple of real simple songs tucked in there, and it just, like, the impact those have can't be overstated. But this is a song, it's so beautiful and so sad that I was walking home sort of emotionally shell-shocked from learning that Barnes & Noble was closing, and just thinking about, oh, this place I've been going, you know, I'm going to lose that, and, you know, the people, I won't see them anymore. And so I was already kind of in a raw state, and this song, which, again, I'd heard before and thought like that I should learn it someday, it just, it took the last bit out of me, and I started weeping on my walk home because it was so beautiful. And so I said, you know what? I need to learn this song right now, as soon as I get home. It's a song that was a late addition. Bruce Hornsby and his friend Chip DiMatteo wrote a musical called Sick Bastard, SCKBSTD. It's license plate speak. That it's had a few different iterations. This song was added in more recent ones. They've tried so hard to get it off the ground, and it's really never gotten to the level they wanted it to, which is a shame, because there are a lot of tremendous songs that are, a bunch of them are on Hornsby's albums, and this is one of them. It's the musical is about sort of a very close-knit, conservative, backwoods town like Bruce Hornsby grew up in Virginia, and what happens when a stranger moves to the town and keeps himself to himself, and all of the little issues that this town already had, all the divides, all the imperfections, all the fear, all the paranoia that was already there, but kept under the surface and kept in check, just spill over as a result of this man who hasn't done anything to anybody, you know, as far as anybody knows, but rumors start spreading and people start projecting onto him the insecurities of their own life. And this is a song from the perspective of a family. The first verse is from the perspective of the father, the second is the mother, and the third verse is the teenage son. The chorus is all of them. And they're all kind of daydreaming about what life would be like if it was as ideal as it looks from the outside, if they were really still a happy family, and what that would mean for each of them. It's called Never in This House. There's a house somewhere someday with what everybody needs, where the daddy is employed and everyone succeeds, where guilt and circumstances won't put him on the outs. There's a house somewhere someday, but never in this house. There's a house somewhere someday where things don't fall apart, where mommy's husband still has a passion in his heart, and even after 20 years he's aching for his spouse. It's a house somewhere someday, but never in this house. Somewhere someday, in this house I'll touch and you'll feel. Somewhere someday, in this house I'll love and you'll feel. Somewhere someday, in this house I'll dream and you'll hear all our problems disappear. Someday, someday. There's a house somewhere someday where big dreams come alive, where I would fly to planets if I could ever learn to drive. Faith in my ambition,
erases all my doubts. I know this happens somewhere, but never in this house. Somewhere, someday, in this house I'll touch and you'll feel. Someday, some way, in this house I'll love and you'll see. Someday, some way, in this house I'll dream and you'll hear. All our problems disappear. Someday. Someday. Somewhere, someday, in this house I'll touch and you'll feel. Somewhere, someday, in this house I'll love and you'll see. Some way, someday, in this house I'll dream and you'll hear. All our problems disappear. Someday.
I love that song so much, and like I said, it just, you know, if you be warned, if you're even a slightly emotionally raw state, it gets you. It really gets you. I want to find the wording of this exactly because I want to play a song that came out 37 years ago yesterday, and so it was getting the usual celebrations on social media, and somebody tweeted out the music video, and a lot of us had never seen the music video for this song, and it's really bizarre, and one person wrote that this is what they believe must have been said as this was being made. Okay, our budget allows for a rabbi, a chimp, a string quartet, a gas mask, and a toy prop gun with a little bang flag, and we can film at the local library. What are we going to do with it? Well, what they did with it is make the music video for this song.
Talk about the weather, dishes I can trace against the child in your face. Won't escape my attention. You keep your distance with a system of touch and gentle persuasion. I'm lost in admiration. Could I need you this much? Or are you wasting my time? You're just wasting time. Something happens and I'm head over heels. I never find out till I'm head over heels. Something happens and I'm head over heels. Please don't take my heart, don't break my heart, don't throw it away. Thought of your future, one foot in the ask, well, just how long will this last? Now, 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 have you no ambition? My mother and my brothers used to breathe in clean air, dreaming I'm a doctor. It's hard to be a man when there's a gun in your hand. Oh, I feel so low. Something happens, I go head over heels. I never find out till I'm head over heels. Something happens and I'm head over heels. Please don't take my heart, don't break my heart, don't throw it away. This is my four-leaf clover. This is my four-leaf clover. Na 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 na. This is my four-leaf clover. One little boy, one little man in my mind's eye. Funny how time flies. So speaking of Am I still live? Yes. I unplugged my piano and I wasn't sure what else was in that extension. Speaking of older songs finally getting appreciation from the young people, and as I say that I realize how old I truly am getting. It's been really nice to see young people discovering Kate Bush. For those who don't know, the hit Netflix show Stranger Things recently used her song Running Up That Hill in an episode. And for all of these younger people who haven't heard it before, it absolutely blew their minds. Because it's unlike anything you'll hear on the top 40 radio nowadays. Because, you know, back in my day, I don't know, it was actually before my day, but you know, when artists were real and music was good and people had to be creative to get on the radio. You know, you don't want to get me started on that. We'll be here forever. But it's wonderful to see young people discovering this artist who, you know, those of us with older tastes have been saying is so great. And agreeing with us. So, in tribute to that and to this discovery, I would like to play Running Up That Hill, which has become Kate Bush's first top 10 U.S. hit, almost 40 years after it was released. By the way, look up a version of this performed live in, I want to say 87, for the Secret Policeman's Third Ball Amnesty International show. Yes, they knew what they were doing with the title. Where Kate Bush sings this with David Gilmour of Pink Floyd, and they give it sort of a slightly more rockified attitude in the arrangement. And that's what inspired my arrangement that I'm going to play for you now. Doesn't hurt me You wanna feel the way it feels. You wanna know that it doesn't hurt me. You wanna hear about the deal I'm making. It's you and me. 'Cause if I only could deal with God, get him to swap our places, running up that road, running up that hill, running up that building. As if I only could. You don't want to hurt me, but see how deep the bullet lies. Unaware I'm tearing you asunder, but there is thunder in our hearts. Is there so much hate for the ones we love? But tell me, we both matter, don't we? 'Cause you and me. You and me won't be unhappy. 'Cause if I only could make a deal with God, get him to swap our places, running up that road, running up that hill, running up that building. So if I only could. Come on, baby, come on, darling, let me steal this moment from you now. Come on, angel, come on, darling, let's exchange the experience. So if I only could make a deal with God and get him to swap our places, running up that road, running up that hill, no problems. If I only could, I'd make a deal with God and get him to swap our places. Running up that road, running up that hill, no problem. No one looked as I walked by. Just an invitation would have been just fine. One girl took my hand, first he took my hand. And no one knows how I feel, what I say, unless you read between my lines. One man walked away from me. First he took my hand, and I said, take me home. Stand back, stand back. In the middle of my room, I did not hear from you, but it's alright, it's alright. We'll be standing in our line. We'll be standing in our line. I would cry. Do not turn away, my friend. Oh, like a willow I can bend. One man called my name, but no one came. So I said he would not fall. He asked me for my love, that was all. I said, take it all, stand back, stand back. In the middle of my room, I did not hear from you, but it's alright, it's alright. I'll be standing in that line. I'll be standing in that line. I would. Could do, but one man said he would not fall, but he asked me for too much. I said, take me, stand back, stand back. In the middle of my room, I did not hear from you, but it's alright, it's alright. I'll be standing in that line. I'll be standing in that line. I need a little sympathy. Now I feel I need a little sympathy. You can be standing in, stand back. 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 Up that hill, running up that building. See if I only could deal with God, get him to swap up places. Running up that road, running up that hill, with no problems. Running up that road, running up that hill, running up that road, running up that hill. There's Kate Bush with a bit of Stevie Nicks, Stand Back, in the middle. I've got just a few more, but I got a very special request here. It's very unusual. I was asked if I could play the Tetris theme on the Irish penny whistle. And I think I can do that.
Well, for something I've never actually tried with any degree of seriousness, I think that went about as well as could be expected. I'll work on it. All right. Just a couple of songs left that I want to do, including one that I just learned. I've been on a bit of a Steely Dan kick recently. Another great band that I did get to see before founding member Walter Becker passed away. And they took their story is an interesting one. They eventually stopped performing for a long time and just focused on albums, and then they stopped recording albums because they kind of had personal issues with each other and wanted to do solo careers. Walter Becker and Donald Fagen were sort of, by that point, were the only two remaining members of the original band. And they had a huge hit album with the album Asia, AJA, in, I want to say, I believe that was 77 or 78. And so all of a sudden they had all of these radio hits. And so everyone was expecting the follow-up album, which ended up being called Gaucho. It's like, you know, the bar was set so high. And the recording of Gaucho was a disaster because Becker and Fagen were upset with each other. They were never satisfied with how things sounded. They went way over budget. But it was finally coming together, and they wanted the last track on the album to be a song that they were working on called The Second Arrangement, and they thought it was one of the best things they'd ever written. And it was really coming together, and this was the last one they needed to finish. And then some assistant engineer in the studios in New York accidentally erased all of the almost all of the master tapes of this song. And they couldn't recreate the magic at that point. They tried, but they couldn't do it, and so they figured, well, we're screwed. What are we going to do? And, you know, the album's already late. The record company is pressuring us. We need to get it out. Well, 2 albums before Gaucho, the album before Asia was an album called The Royal Scam, and they had a song that they had recorded and mixed and pretty much mastered already, but was left off of The Royal Scam, and they said, well, I guess, you know, let's put that one on. It's good. It's not as, we don't think it's as good as The Second Arrangement, but we don't have the time or the ability to re-record that, so let's put this one on. And so this song that was left for dead, essentially, has become not a hit per se, but a widely respected piece of the Steely Dan catalog, and was frequent, and is frequent, because a lot of the members are still performing under the name Steely Dan, is a frequent live staple because it really resonated with people. It's a song about a man who, like most of Steely Dan's lyrics, it's ambiguous, because what they do is they write an entire short story, and then they remove everything but the very specific details. So you end up getting lyrics that are just descriptive details and don't really tell you the full story, but everyone has pieced it together. The interpretation of the song is that it's about a man who was sent to war in the far parts of the world, somewhere in either the Middle East or Northern Africa. You know, nobody knows for sure. Somewhere far from the, you know, privileged, safe, white Western neighborhood that he grew up in. And that the experience traumatized this person so much it changed him, and the PTSD and everything has made him unpredictable and violent and kind of frightening, and a lot of the neighbors around this guy have just, you know, gruffly and rudely and prejudicially just dismissed him. Oh, he's, you know, he spent too much time in the third world. He's become a third world man now. You know, he's not the man we knew. And the narrator is trying to offer or to understand some sympathy for this shell of a person, and it's called Third World Man. And to think we almost never got this song.
Johnny's playroom is a bunker filled with sand. He's become a third world man. Smoky Sunday, he's been mobilized since dawn. Now he's crouching on the lawn. He's a third world man. Soon you'll throw down your disguise. We'll see behind those bright eyes. By and by, when the sidewalks are safe for the little guy. I saw the fireworks. I believed that I was dreaming until the neighbors ran out screaming. He's a third world man. Soon you'll throw down your disguise. We'll see behind those bright eyes. By and by, when the sidewalks are safe for the little guy. Crying out, I just sing that Ghana rondo. LA del Terzo Mondo. He is a third world man. this time I've been waiting, nowhere to run to. It started me thinking, wondering what I could make of my life. Who'll be waiting, asking all kinds of questions to myself without finding the answer. Crying at the top of my voice with no one listening. All this time I still remember everything you said. This much you promised, how could I ever forget? Listen, you know I love you, but I just can't take this. You know I love you, but I'm playing for keeps. You know I need you, I'm not gonna make this. You know I want to, but I'm in too deep. So listen to me. Oh, you must believe me. I can feel your eyes go through me, and I don't know why. I know that you're going, but I can't believe it's the way that you're leaving. It's like we never knew each other at all. It may be my fault, gave you too many reasons being alone when I didn't want to. I thought you'd always be there. I almost believed you. All this time, I still remember everything you said. This much you promised, how could I ever forget? Listen, you know I love you, but I just can't take this. You know I love you, but I'm playing for keeps. You know I need you, I'm not gonna make this. You know I want to, but I'm in too deep. So listen to me. I can feel your eyes go through me. Seems I spent too long only thinking about myself. Just wanna spend my life just caring about somebody else. Listen, you know I love you, but I just can't take this. You know I love you, but I'm playing for keeps. You know I need you, I'm not gonna make this. You know I want to, but I'm in too deep. You know I love you, but I just can't take this, 'cause I'm playing for keeps. You know I need you, but I'm not gonna make this. You know I want to, but I'm in too deep. La, 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 la.
I've been going for almost 4 hours and I didn't even realize it. I have got a couple last songs to close things out with. This has been unbelievably fun.
Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in or checked out the archive. Thank you for helping me make this an incredibly special birthday. I have had so much fun playing these songs for everybody. The requests have been so great. They've had us all over the map. We've done all sorts of different songs from different eras, different parts of the world, different instruments. And it has just been an absolute, just start to finish blast. So I'm going to do the last couple of songs here on this year guitar. Yes, bird ears, I have on 2 occasions played for 5.5 hours, one of which was for one of Graham's cast parties of Interlakes Theater people, so they helped me. They took a little bit of the burden of the singing off of me at times. And then the other was one of my early Clover gigs. And I had a brief respite because Frederica Bohr did some of the singing for a few songs. Let me turn the chorus off so I can make sure this is in tune. Found the problem. Well, there's your problem, as Mythbusters fans would recognize. Well, there's your other problem. Yeah, please don't feel bad if you could only catch a bit. If you could catch so much as part of one song, you were a part of this incredibly special evening. Still not sounding good. There we go. So as I mentioned earlier, my family and I all went to see the great Sir Paul McCartney earlier this week. And it was an amazing show. We couldn't have asked for anything more. It was just a beautiful night. He played a spectacular selection of songs, Beatles, Wings, solo, old, new, hits, obscurities. And it was a I unplugged the piano again because of the short power cord. It's all on the same. I got to figure out how to stop doing that. But we were talking about going in, like, what songs do we hope he plays? You know, deep cuts, hits, whatever. And there was one song I thought there was a decent enough chance we might get that my mother in particular really wanted to hear. Not that she was in any way disappointed by the show, I hasten to add, but this was the song she was hoping for going in that unfortunately we did not get. So it's not quite the same as Sir Paul McCartney playing it himself with his band up there on stage at Fenway Park, but I'm going to play it for you now. It's called, it was a #1 Christmas hit in the UK. It did not chart in the US. It's a tribute to the part of Scotland that McCartney was living in at the time. It's called Mull of Kintyre. And it's one of the biggest
successful hits to have bagpipes in it, which unfortunately I will not be able to play while playing the guitar here for you today.
Far have I traveled, and much have I seen, dark distant mountains and valleys of green, love's painted deserts, the sun sets on fire as she carries me home to the Mull of Kintyre. Mull of Kintyre, oh, mists rolling in from the sea. My desire is always to be here, oh, Mull of Kintyre. Sweep through the heather like deer in the glen. Carry me back to the days I knew then. Nights when we sang like a heavenly choir of the life and the times of the Mull of Kintyre. Mull of Kintyre, oh, mists rolling in from the sea. My desire is always to be here, oh, Mull of Kintyre. Laughter in sunshine and tears in the rain. Carry me back where my memories remain. Flickering embers rise higher and higher as she carries me home to the Mull of Kintyre. Everybody, 2, 3. Mull of Kintyre, oh, mists rolling in from the sea. My desire is always to be here, oh, Mull of Kintyre. One more time, here we go. Mull of Kintyre, oh, mists rolling in from the sea. My desire is always to be here, oh, Mull of Kintyre.
I have one last song for you tonight, and then I will finally let you go. For everyone who's been here at any point at all, thank you so much for sticking with me, for giving up part of your Saturday night to listen to some music. It means the world to me. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. Like I said, if you weren't there, I'd be sitting here in this room doing this exact same thing with nobody listening. And it's a lot more fun when there are people listening and making requests and singing along at home, and I know people are having a good time. So if you joined at any point, my name's Seth Campbell, or Segway Plays, or Segway, depending on where you know me from. I do this from time to time when I have the option. I wish I could do it more, but, schedules and everything. But it's always a joy and an honor to play for you. So take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. COVID is not over. You know, we got to be careful with this. And hopefully one day we'll get this all figured out again, and we can do this in person again, because that's the most fun. But I'd like to do a song about what it is that I do. And this is a song by a dear friend of mine, Mr. Will Daly, who I mentioned earlier as part of the acoustic mixtape review tour with the Brew and Audrey Ryan. This is a song of his. It's pretty self-explanatory, but I will want you to sing along with me at the end. Am I in your headphones? Am I on your mind? Is there a tune that's stuck in your head that comes from a song of mine? And am I on your radio? Were you at my show? And did you get some pleasure from all of the strings that I broke? I didn't want to wait for the world to wake up. It's taking its sweet ass time. But I ain't gonna quit to pretend to keep up. I've been here the whole damn time. We've got what you'll never understand. We will always be a band. 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 So do you think twice when your phone rings late at night? Or do you just roll over in sync with your eyes, still thinking that I'm wasting my life? Well, I got all my best friends on stage here with the guitar in my hand. All of your worries will one day be dust in the wind, but we will always be a band. 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 Be a band. Do 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 do. So have you found that good living kind that leaves you feeling safe and sure? Or did the day trader who promised you that steady kind of life just leave you wanting for more? Well, you know where I'll be anytime you lose faith in your plans. 'Cause my last dollar will be spent just keeping these lights on, doing the only thing that I can. You didn't
wanna wait, but when I break, you're gonna see your name in lights. Or it could have been yours once upon a time, or maybe in another life. And when we're reborn, you can bet your hand we will always be a band. We will always be a band. We will always be a band. Let me hear you singing it at home. Come on, I know you know it. We will always be a band. 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 Oh, we will always be a band. Am I in your headphones? Am I on your mind? Is there a tune that's stuck in your head that comes from a song of mine?
Thank you all so much, whether you watched live, whether you watched on the archive that'll be up for 7 days. Thank you so much. I've had a blast. I really hope you have too. Hopefully you've heard some songs that, you know, you decide you want to check out the song or the artist now, you know, because that's really why I love to do these, is to get people listening to more cool music. Take care of yourselves. Have a great night. I'll see you again soon. Thanks for everything.